Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and it is Saturday, April 13th, 2024. Another day at Polderbound for arrivals. At the moment, the only runway being used for arrivals. The first airplane arriving is Hans' favorite. It is Vueling arriving from Bilbao in a Vueling Loves Barcelona special livery. Firefighters already did their round just now. They've returned to the station and are testing their equipment, or at least that's what they were doing just now. There's also a windsock just right of center visible. You can see it is blowing, but not nearly as hard as yesterday. Luckily for us. Means that the audio will be orders of magnitude better. Although the wind seems to be increasing, so I'm not sure to what degree it's going to increase today. I'm hoping not as much wind as yesterday. Our next airplane arriving, KLM Flight 872. It's a 777-200ER arriving from Delhi. 8 hours and 32 minutes underway. The airplane is 18 years old. Its first flight was in April of the year 2006. As you guys can see, it is sunny. The glide slope visibility is perfect. It's CAV okay, which means ceiling and visibility are okay. No significant weather, no significant clouds in the lower 5,000 feet around Schiphol Airport. The next airplane arriving is Georgian Airways, arriving from Tbilisi. It's a 737-800 and Donald and Daisy doing a flyby. One left of me, one right of me, now both behind me. Let's see, this airplane has taken 4 hours and 46 minutes to get from Tbilisi to where it is right now, and this airplane is 14 years old. First flight was in June 2009. There's another airplane in the background behind it. That is lot flight 265 arriving from Warsaw. It's an Embraer 175. A third airplane is also visible. That is Air Europa arriving from Madrid. Not in the Dreamliner today, but the 737-800. So that Emirates flight 145 is also arriving, and the first of, in total, or at least as far as I could see beforehand, 2 Queens is also expected. Air China Cargo 747, and later today an airplane that we haven't seen here before in the stream as far as I can tell. 747 with a special livery. Well, not so much a special livery, but it is a different livery from what normally gets sent to Amsterdam. Let's have a quick look on the map, shall we? The China 747 is already in Dutch airspace, arriving from Chengdu. We have an all-white KLM A333-200 arriving from Paramaribo. And this is the Qatar 747 I was talking about, AirACT cargo. If it is this livery, it's going to make a nice change Arriving 12:18, so I'm hoping it's going to land on Polderbaan, the Emirates A380 today in a special standard livery, arriving around 1:16 p.m. today. Well, the METAR, once again, it's nothing out of the ordinary, a little bit of wind, and now 9 knots, few clouds at 3,500 feet. I see that they have updated the METAR just now, so let me also paste that into the ticker. All up to speed. Right, so the METAR says it's the 13th. This is the report from today, 7:25 Zulu time, that is 9:25 Central European time, so it's right fresh off the press, as we would say in Dutch. Wind speed 9 knots from 210 degrees, visibility 10 kilometers or more, few clouds at 3,500 feet, 15 degrees Celsius, roughly 60 degrees Fahrenheit, the dew point is 11 degrees, QNH, relatively high pressure, 1,024 hectopascals, no significant changes expected in the upcoming 2 hours. And in the meantime, a very good morning to everybody who has joined already. Rafael, Marja, Han, Drew, good morning. Asa, good morning. Marjan with an N, good morning, goedemorgen. Freddy, goedemorgen, tuning in from the north, Friesland. Leo, goedemorgen. Mr. White, good morning, Adam. Inbound on the Eastern Airways flight from Humberside, KLM flight 972, 11:50 arrival. Away from the window, he writes. If you are on the right hand side, that should be perfect. Better yet, shine a light, a torch from your phone, for instance. And also, if you are on the right hand side on that plane, are you sitting in the front or in the back? Always nice to know where to focus the camera predominantly. Nijmeegse Nieuwsnet, goedemorgen. Kelly Cruz, good morning. Herr Wolf, guten Morgen. Servus. I'm doing well. Hope that also goes for you, Wolfgang. Good to see you again, mate. Nijmeegse Nieuwsnet is also underway to the Polderbaan. Excellent. There are quite a few people already here. Marco, goedemorgen. Frank, good morning. Leen, goedemorgen. Alles goed, zeker. Met jou hopelijk ook. Nick, goedemorgen. Ed, good morning. Danny, goedemorgen. Dani. Marina, good morning. Elton, good morning. Steve J, good morning. Oliver, good morning. Tom Holland, hello there. Josephine, good morning. Alrighty. I think I'm caught up with the live chat. Now let's catch up with the airplanes. This is BA flight 432. Countdown flight number A319, arriving from London Heathrow. Adam is going to shine a light. Perfect, mate. Looking forward to that. And you are on the right hand side. Perfect. 5Ds. That's on the front part of the airplane. We all know where we need to look. Do remind me, folks, when that airplane is approaching. Can never have enough backup reminders for stuff like this. Right. Coming this way is Emirates flight 145, arriving from Dubai, 777-300 8 years old, first flight December 2015. Good morning to Johnny, who is tuning in all the way from Tasmania. Awesome. Welcome to the show, mate. Hope you've had a good day. Nick speelt zo 2. Morgen. Joshua, goedemorgen. Marijn, goedemorgen. RDW, goedemorgen. Ed, good morning. Theme Park Trevor, good morning. Trevor's mom is on flight easy 12162 to make sure to wave at her. What time will she be landing? What's her estimated time of arrival? Andre is tuning in from Normandy. Goedemorgen. Good evening, Lee, who is tuning in from Sydney. Bjorn, Pirate, Privet. Georgios, good morning. Goedemorgen. Diemen Zuid in the house. Drew tuning in from Cape Cod. Marissa, good morning. Good to see you again. Happy weekend, everybody. Jaja's Aviation. I love planes. Smiley. Good morning to you all. Landing now is an SAS A320neo arriving from Copenhagen. This is the C-Rob doing a butt shot for us. Hadi Yillard, goedemorgen. First Queen landing in 2 minutes or so from now. Perfect. I was hoping I would be able to catch it. Also lovely to see contrails and shadows of the contrails. Look at that. Maybe even better visible over there. Lovely to see how those contrails cast shadows on the clouds that are lower. Right, double SAS A320 neo time. This one arriving from Oslo, flight 821. Let's turn back. Turkish flight 1951 up next. Airbus A330-300 arriving from Istanbul. And too late to press on the label to see the time. It is again one of those days where flight time vanishes spontaneously and I need to be very early to press on the airplane label to see it in the first place. But Istanbul, normally speaking, 3 hours or so of flight time. The airplane is 9 years old, first flight March 2015. Hey Nicholas, good morning mate. Few hours, me, Donna and the boys are going to an early kickoff. I'm assuming a football match. Newcastle versus Tottenham. Yeah, football. Nice way to spend a Saturday, mate. Say hi to Donna for me and the kids. Although I'm not sure if the kids know me. I know that Donna does. Michael, morning mate. Good to see ya. Alrighty, looky here. What has entered from the right? Wellity, wellity, wellity. You could even see the exhaust gases disturbing the clarity of the picture. First up, an airplane that has the potential to get loud. It is a 737-800. Dime in a dozen, you'd say, but in the hands of Ryanair pilots, they might get loud. Not necessarily has to be, but let's listen. Pilot flying says nope, not today. In that case, let us turn back to the glide slope. Have a look at those heavies coming this way. And indeed, Jeff, getting some good visibility today, as we did yesterday. Although today with thus far less wind than yesterday. Now, some of you may or may not have seen my community post. I bit the bullet, pulled the trigger yesterday on a blimp, which I will have to mount on a separate tripod and will not be able to move the mic along with the airplanes then, but it should mitigate the wind rumble when it is moderate to above moderate windy very effectively. Should arrive Tuesday. Really looking forward to testing out how that is going to sound from then on forwards. The dead cat that I have on my mic just doesn't do it in windy conditions such as over here. Now, special livery coming in, arriving from New York, JFK, KLM Flight 644. It's the 787-10 Dreamliner, KLM 100 year special livery. Giving us a wheelie to boot. Hey there QJ, good morning. Daily Dose of Aviation, good morning. You guys tuned in just in time for the first queen of the day. The first of two, unless maybe 1/3 gets this underway this way from, for instance, Paris Charles de Gaulle. I did not check the arrivals list that meticulously, so I don't know if it's going to be this one and the other one that is already airborne, or if there's going to be a third or maybe more. So cherish the moment. This is Air China Cargo arriving from Chengdu, China. This is an airplane that has been flying on this flight for 10 hours and 13 minutes. It's a 747-400 freighter, 18 years old. The first flight of this airplane was in December 19. You're automatically inclined to say 19 something something, but this one is from 2005. And another one of Hans' favorites is behind it, Welling. Hoping that this airplane is going to be a bit heavy and that it's going to get loud. We'll find out soon enough. Hey Infinity, JWB, good morning. Perfect timing, the first of two queens at least. Let's look and listen. Excellent. That did not disappoint at all. Indeed, Frank, loud as their fireworks. Absolutely. Hey, that's a good idea, hon. Prophylactic measure. Switching to black and white now. Let me hear how that works out for you, hon. We'll have the chance to test it out immediately. Welling flight 8300 when arrived from Barcelona. And does it work, Han? Howdy Ronald, inderdaad, NPO2 it was, NPO2 pointer the other day. That was me alright. And Austrian Wolf, the capture angle, the polar pattern is hypercardioid, I believe. So if it really sucks with the blimp, might also consider upgrading the microphone to a wider pattern, a wider pickup pattern, a cardioid perhaps. Not sure if that is suitable for capturing audio sources that are relatively far away. I would have to consult an AV store. And I think it is better in several aspects to demount the microphone. First of all, the noise attenuation will be better with a blimp. And second of all, the cross section of my camera will reduce, which makes the camera less susceptible to vibrations when it is windy. The mic is of course a big mofo, and that cat on it adds cross-sectional surface which the wind can play with. So I'm also hoping it might reduce the vibrations during windy conditions a little. We'll see. If it doesn't work out, I can always put it on eBay or whatever. Go back to the old configuration. I think it's going to work out in the end, the net result. Now, also a big thank you to JWB, 3 months of membership. And JWB writes, enjoy the weekend, everyone. Well, absolutely. Enjoy the weather. Enjoy the airplanes. The wind does seem to be picking up a little bit. Did not show you guys the chimney smoke before, but it was rising more vertically before. Now it has become a bit more horizontal. Still nothing substantial. A mix of both. I'm not following Wolfgang. The blimp is just a big cage that provides a sort of a chamber where there's no wind. So I'll have to put the Sennheiser mic into the blimp, and that's basically a level up instead of the dead cat over the front part of the mic. So I'm not going to switch microphones or anything. It's just a big cage with a furry around it that provides basically a chamber which has no wind but lets through the sound. So allows you to work in windy conditions without hearing the wind. So there's not really a combination of two microphones that I can make then, unless I upgrade to more mics. But that becomes a complex issue. I already was looking, a lot of the bigger channels also use headsets for their voiceover. I was already looking into that, but I think it becomes a bit technically difficult with my configuration. I would have to consult to see what is possible. But first of all, I want to see whether or not it is needed, because I think that the lavalier mic, when placed in the proper position, can do really well. Yesterday and today I'm testing out a new position. The voiceover might sound a little different, but I'm now wearing the mic on the inside of my parka, and might sound a little more bassy because of that, but it will be shielded against wind much better than when it is under the edge of my cap. So thinking that might also help, combined with no more rumble in the future, hopefully when the blimp is there, should make the audio much better. Now, our next airplane is an airplane type that we don't see very often, and particularly not from Delta anymore, the 767. And this is not just a 767-300, it is a 400, which is interesting. The only time we ever saw that was it was from United, flying between Washington and Amsterdam. So it's not an airplane type that we haven't seen before. In fact, last year in the summer months, we almost saw it daily. A bit like Choc-y these days. But from Delta, I think this is a first. Delta Airlines Flight 74, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. 767-400, hailing from the year 2000, October is when it began flying for the first time, making this 23 years old. Let's look and listen. That is sadly a KLM style landing. Wolfgang says, I thought about spot sound where the Sennheiser on cam EQing out the wind and second mic in the blimp for the surround sound. Well, that's the thing. That wind sound is hard to EQ out. I already have the high pass filter enabled standard on the Sennheiser, and I can also enable that on all the channels in the ATEM Mini software. I already have that in place, so I'm not sure what more can be done. I think it's going to overcomplicate things. Our next airplane to arrive is arriving from London Gatwick. It's an EasyJet A319. The airplane behind it is a 737-800 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle from KLM. En Harry Jeroen, goedemorgen. Monique, goedemorgen. Georgios, good morning, good to see you again, mate. Leroy, goedemorgen. And all the others who have joined in the meantime, good morning and welcome to the show. Wind is picking up a little bit. Let's see, it is 9:56 now, so a new meter should be out right now. So let's have a look at what the wind is doing in a couple of minutes from now, 5 or 10 minutes or so from now. That's when typically the website that publishes the meter also gets updated. Yes, that's Chris. Chrissy Coot. Chrissy Coot vying for attention. Chris seems to be alone at the moment, not seeing other coots. And other than the flyby by Donald and Daisy, I also haven't seen the ducks, nor have I seen the crow crew yet. This is KLM flight 1402, arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, 737-800. "23 years old, this one. Time for an EasyJet A320neo. Is that the only airplane on the glide slope right now? Seems to be so. Joe Chimo tuning in from San Diego. Yo, yo, yo. Welcome to the show. Right, so this is EasyJet flight 27842, arriving from Birmingham. 43 minutes underway so far. A320neo, 4 years old. OELSK is its registration, Austrian. So Alpine on the radio. First flight was in October 2019. Hadi Clemencia, goedemorgen. And Andy is tuning in from an overcast hall in the United Kingdom. Came for the planes, stayed for the accent. Well, cheers, mate. Tippy-toey. Nice. Let's see, where is all the inbound traffic? Another moment of quiet. We do have inbound traffic, but it is still a bit out at the moment. Good moment to have a big picture overview looking to the south. And as you can see, looking to the west. Bit hazy, well, a bit nebulous I should say, a bit of cirrus clouds up in the sky. Contrail remnants also lingering long, relatively high humidity up in the sky. Still a shadow of a contrail visible. Already quite a few folks over here walking on the cycling path north of me, but also south. Relatively calm still at the Spottersplatz itself. Birds chirping. The sound is coming from over there. In the meantime, the bird controller seems to be doing a runway inspection. Driving on the runway now. Fire engines are still in front of the station. The windsock has had a bit more Viagra, still a low dose, but it is doing something. Meantime, it looks like our next airplane is going to be from Croatia Airlines, arriving from Zagreb. Still a few minutes out. There were also a couple of heavies arriving from different sides. I also saw a Finnair A350. Right, I think that is also a good moment to have a look at the METAR. See what the wind has been doing. Let's refresh the latest report from 5 minutes to the hour. Yeah, from 9:55 local time, that is 9 minutes old. The wind is not doing much. 9 knots, 304, southwest more or less. Still a few clouds at 3,500 feet. The air temperature is 16 degrees Celsius. And let's also have a look at the airplanes of interest that are arriving. So Suriname A333 all white is crossing the North Sea right now. Expected around 10:34 local time, that is in a half hour from now. Qatar 747, I hope it's going to be this livery. Don't think I've seen this one in the streams of AMS Live before. Would be a channel premiere. Expected 12:18 local time, and an hour later 1:18 the Emirates A388 arriving from Dubai in the standard livery will arrive expectedly. There's a Transavia A321 Neo on its way to Gran Canaria, still half an hour from its destination. There is a KLM Cargo arriving or on its way back to the Netherlands, expected around 5:10 p.m. local time. So that is outside of the scope of today's stream, and so too will the arrival of this Atlas Air B, which is expected around 3:30. Not very busy in terms of quad squad members coming this way, but there you go. Now in the meantime, the next airplane is flying base, and maybe we are able to see it. A319 arriving from Zagreb. Should be somewhere over there. Question is, where? Visibility should allow us to see it, but it is a relatively small airplane, an A319. that is a bit harder to make out than an A380 for instance would be. Doing my utmost best to see it, but still don't have it. It should be relatively close by. In the meantime, we do have traffic overhead, outbound. E2 Embraer by the looks of it. Well, that A319 is turning in. You'd think we'd be able to see it by now. Right, have it. Finally! Luckily the next airplane after this one is a bit better visible, which I think I should also be able to see beforehand if I know where I need to look exactly. 777-200 arrival from San Francisco. Wind is picking up. Last half hour. You might also hear it on the mic. It's definitely picking up. I'm now looking to my left to see if I can spot the 777 already. Which still is surprisingly difficult. But I do think I have it now. That's the now number 2 flying base, United Airlines Flight 968, arrival from San Francisco. First up, Croatia Airlines Flight 450, arrival from Zagreb, 1 hour 45 minutes underway, 12-year-old airplane. Its first flight was in March 2012. Now, also a big thank you to Marissa, 11 months of membership. She says, haven't used this, so yay, 11 months and 29 days, almost a year already. Marissa, thank you so much for your continued support and everything you have been doing ever since you've become a moderator. I hope you will still like it in the lounge. And if something isn't to your liking, let me know. Thank you so much for your continued support, Marissa. Very much appreciated. Now, this airplane, 12 years old, first flight March 2012. And the 777 in the background turning onto the glide slope. No Croatian butt shot for us today. Our next airplane. Gear is extending. United Airlines Flight 968 777-200 ER, arriving from San Francisco. 9 hours and 5 minutes underway at the moment. 26 years old, this one. First flight was in November 1997. If the wind continues to pick up, I might have to change the title to Crosswind the Arrivals once again. Wouldn't be surprised if we'll have double-digit wind figures in the next METAR. And the CRJ is underway, Michael says. Well, excellent. If all goes well, we should be able to see it land over here. Ah. Fantastic. Older man on inline skates. An example to many. Always good to stay active, regardless of age. And also a warm welcome to Andy Q, our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Welcome to the club, mate. Thank you for choosing AMS Live. I hope you will like it in the lounge. Be sure to use the custom emojis at your disposal whenever you see fit. Spam us to death if you will. They're there for a reason. And thank you Jasper North, who is informing us that it is not METAR but METAR. Excellent. And good morning to History Haven. Or should I say good morning back to you. Bird Control is doing some off-roading there. Living life on the edge of the road, that is. Jerry says, number one on flight radar, plane to AMS is diverting back to original airport. Don't tell me it's a 747 that is flying back. Thank you, Frank. Tartar, not tartar. Wow. Royal Jordanian E2 to Amsterdam, but returning, right. Hey there, stranger. Good morning. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Pablo is asking what this airport is. It is Schiphol Airport, Amsterdam. The next airplane to arrive is arriving from Cartagena in Colombia. KLM Flight 741. It's a 7879 Dreamliner. 8 hours and 54 minutes underway. The BHN 6 years old, first flight January 2018. Mitar Eugene. Now, let's go a little bit wider and we might also see the Finnair A350. Should be approaching from the right at some point. Although it's always hard to estimate where they are in the sky based on the positioning of flight radar. Might also still be further to the... Oh wait, I do see it. Yeah, that's out of the... Maybe so, not sure. Never mind, it is going to come this way, so we'll see it in a couple of minutes. Looks like our friendly neighborhood, the police is also approaching. Quite a crowd already on the parking lot of the Spottersplatz itself. And meanwhile the A350 of Finnair. Get already down. Standard livery. Not the Mighty Mecco ballsy one. Right, in 5 minutes from now a new METAR will be released so we can see what the wind has been doing. This is an A350 Finnair flight 1301, arrival from Helsinki. 2 hours and 3 minutes underway. The airplane is 7 years old, first flight March 2017. I was hoping we could also see more airplanes because Air Canada is also coming from the left. Actually also on a short circuit quite nearby already. Maple syrup. Bit too much separation for a nice combo shot, sadly. Hey, Mr. Master, also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Did you succeed with shopping yesterday? Right. Time for the 350. Also a very lovely airplane without the balls of the Mighty Mecco Kivet version. and a 350 butt shot to boot. Hey, congratulations Rick, you got the 747 Cargo. That's the one with the replacement parts so that you can put it in different configurations, right? With the front open and closed. A finish. Indeed, Frank. That deserves the bottom. Now, lest I forget, also a big thank you to Gisela and Guten Morgen, first of all. And thank you for your super sticker per character, stretching his arm forward, raising his thumb up. And I see that the Ultimate is also back in the chat. Morning, mate, or evening to you. Ready, Air Canada Flight 808, arriving from Toronto. 7878 Dreamliner, 9 years old, first flight January 2015. I did not do my homework, Rick. I cheated. You told me about it, remember? Don't tell me your memory is so bad that you already forgot, don't you? Sadly, not allowed landing. I wish it were. Two airplanes visible on the glide slope, and Embraer 190 arrival from Prague. KLM A330 in the background, and we should see, sneaking in between in a moment, see the first CRJ of the day. And before that all takes place, a massive big thank you to Lee, who just now gifted no less than 10 memberships. Thank you so much for that, Lee. That is very, very, very generous of you. If you are one of the recipients, don't forget to say thank you to Lee. Lee, that is amazing. Thank you so much for that. A warm welcome to those 10 new members, courtesy of Lee. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, new members. Feel free to use the custom emojis whenever you see fit. And there it is. Sandwiched in between the CRJ. And the first airplane to arrive. Embraer 190, KLM 1352, arriving from the Czech Republic, from Prague. The airplane is 8 years old, first flight November 2015. Right, so there's a 747 from KLM taking off from center in a moment. That should combine nicely. I think it already took off. No, that's Delta. That's a Delta A330. Wow, we're in a bit of a pickle. CRJ on final, and the 747 that is about to take off from center. Let's see. Yeah, and the 74 is lined up. Not sure when it is going to spool up. Hopefully we can make it a combo shot. The 747 is already going. Let's have a quick look then. Finnair A350 also visible there. Where is it going to go to? Will it be making a right-hand turn and come this way? Oh, it's going to go to Miami. Well. Unit on the Lufthansa CRJ has landed. The pilots are cross with us for turning away the camera. Our punishment is that they use the reversers to let their anger be known. Hey, lieve goedemorgen kerel. Good to see ya. Alrighty. Arriving from Paramaribo. Used to be an A340, now it is a very bland A33200. Flying for Suriname Airways. Suriname going all white, that is totally not inclusive. Hadi Adrie, goedemorgen. Hans, goedemorgen. And all others who have joined in the meantime, good morning to you too. Arrivals at runway 18 right, the Polderbaan. 3 airplanes on the glide slope at the moment. Hadi Ricardo, goedemorgen. Air Malta, A320neo up first, arriving from, let's see, Air Malta, arriving from Malta. Okay. And the 2 airplanes behind it, and Embraer 190 arriving from London City, and the 777-300ER arriving from Cape Town. Oh, shoot, forgot to update the METAR, or METAR. Now, in a few minutes, the METAR from 1025 will be released. See what the wind has been doing. You can see that the airplanes are crabbing once again. Hey Gosse, goedemorgen kerel. Good to see you again. Right, let's have a look at the METAR. What is the wind doing? Well, this is the METAR from 7 minutes ago. Still wind from the south to southwest, still sub 10 knots. I would have thought it was going to be double-digit wind speed already, but it isn't. A bit more variation in the wind. Few clouds at 3,400 feet. It was 3,500 feet before, so nothing significantly has changed. Quick update of the ticker. Now the weather is updated. Embraer 190 arrival from London City, KLM flight 980. And good morning to always running. And Jendrosek. Would have thought that you and Lorenzo would have come to the Polderbaan today, or are you guys going to come over tomorrow? It's going to be colder tomorrow than today, or at least that's what they say on the forecast, the weather forecast. Little butt shot to boot. Ah. Looky here. We just had splashdown of Donald and Daisy. Where's that Daisy and... hard to see. Alright, well. Either way, the ducks are back. Little wheelie. That was KLM flight 598, arriving from Cape Town, 777-300 Ah, skating to the Polderbaan tomorrow. Awesome. Looking forward to see you then, man. A couple of contrails forming, but the airplanes themselves are already further away. Don't see any airplanes up in the sky at the moment. So let's just see what is coming. Two airplanes on the glide slope. Tarom 737-800 up first. And 737 arriving from London Heathrow up next after that. Now, also a massive big thank you to Alvin for a super sticker that is totally unnecessary, but thank you nonetheless. Shiba Dog writing with a brush, writing number 1 on a piece of paper. Thank you so much for that. But really you shouldn't have, you're doing more than enough as it is as a moderator. But cheers, mate. And good morning, Ross. Doing well over here in... well, not abundantly sunny, but definitely a bit of sunshine here and a bit of wind. Spring-like Amsterdam. Hope everything is okay with you as well in Vancouver, Ross. Eversteria, good morning. Happy Saturday to you too. Alrighty, arriving from Bucharest, Tarom, flight 361 today, 737-800. 11 years old, first flight March 2013. Will it get loud? Will it or won't it? It won't. Wah, wah, wah. think Steven is doing a little bit of flying here. Big picture wise, this is what it looks like to the north. To the west, where the sea is at, always a bit bluer, or at least often it is, and today is no exception. Then inward, looking to the east, nice contrail shadows in the lower clouds. Looking to the south, next up KLM flight 1002, arriving from London Heathrow, 737-800, 23 years old this one, first flight September 2000. Yeah, Rick, I also saw it on the news. After this weekend it is going to get autumn-like once again. Eternal autumn here in the Netherlands. Now, that contrail shadow is something. Nice to see. And we have another 3 airplane glide slope shot with an A319 from Lufthansa coming in first, arriving from Frankfurt, Embraer 190 arriving from Berlin, KLM, Air Canada flight 900 arriving from Montreal, number 3. And I also see the arrival of the first banana that is now flying downwind, one of DHL's A300-600s arriving from Madrid. There's also a A737 arriving from Copenhagen that should be arriving from the right, somewhere in the background. Lufthansa flight 988, A319 arriving from Frankfurt, 201 nautical miles. 27 years old, it is a millennial. First flight was in 1997, January. Wow. I think I was 15 then. Still 3 years away from going to university. And this airplane was already working, making daily flights back then. A little behind scene. And then back to the north with the camera. Time to see how KLM flight 1772 is approaching. Embraer 190 coming in from Berlin. The flight now lasting an hour precisely according to flight radar. The airplane is 10 years old. Its first flight was in January 2014. The airplane behind it, Air Canada flight 900 arriving from Montreal. And the third airplane approaching from the right at 10 o'clock of the Dreamliner is the 737-800 arriving from Copenhagen from KLM. The banana is now flying base, which we might be able to see after this landing, approaching from the left. No wavy from the first officer. Fully focused on not crashing the airplane, driving it off the runway. Or maybe thinking about what he will have for lunch later. Who knows? Could be anything. And that is the banana now turning onto the glide slope. In the background, the now number 3, the first A300-600 from DHL arriving from Madrid. Now, most of the times on Saturdays, a second one arriving from London Heathrow should also arrive. In fact, not too far apart usually. But first, the bank robber Canadian Dreamliner Air Canada Flight 900 arriving from Montreal. Okay, it's turning in. Boot shot in the making. Yo, Evan, top of the morning. Good to see you again, mate. Buenos dias. Hope all is well. Oh, and the second banana is coming from Luton today, around 11. Thank you so much, Marissa, for the update. Hey, Gerrit also in the house. Goedemorgen, Gerrit. Good to see you again. And our next airplane arriving from Copenhagen. KLM B737-800, flight 1268, 1 hour 4 minutes underway. 4 years old, first flight December 2019. The airplane behind it is the banana. If you're low on potassium, stick around. You'll soon get replenishment. Behind the banana, nice contrasty airplane with the previous one. The banana all yellow, or mostly yellow, and then followed up by Ita in the beautiful Azzurro. Righty, dust off your banana emoji, it is that time. Arriving from Madrid, the first of two DHL Airbus A300-600s. This one arriving from Madrid, 2 hours 4 minutes underway. An Airbus A300-600 freighter, 33 years old. Had its first flight in 1991 in January. Hadi Rolf, goedemorgen. All well over here. Thank you so much for asking. Hope that also goes for you, my friend. And the Azzurro Ita behind it with a bit of separation. This plane is Bananas B-A-N-A-N-A-S. Capitano wheelie. Very nice. Now mate, stop it. The banana peel, I get it, but really you shouldn't have. Thank you, Alvin. It is a very apt super sticker, I have to agree, but you really shouldn't have. Hey, familiar looking bicycles. 2 of them no less. Wonder if they will be taken back to where they came from at the end of the day, or if they will stick around here. It didn't have flat tires, the one that stood here not too long ago for a while. I mean, if one of the tires were flat, I'd understand that you leave it behind and just go for a walk, but it had everything in working order as far as I could see. ITA Airways arriving from Milan, A320neo, flight 120. The beautiful lady airplane. Although it is blue, so is it a beautiful lady or is it a beautiful uomo? The word aereo is masculine. So maybe, hon, it should be ciao bello. Any Italians in the house that want to chime in? Grammar time. Not hammer time, but grammar time. 3 airplanes on the glide slope. The first one being KLM flight 1930, arriving from Geneva. E2 Embraer. Really have to be early with pressing on the labels, otherwise the flight time has gone. It's a brand new airplane. First flight was in June 2023. Michele is chiming in. So it's il bellissimo aereo. Right, that is correct. Grazie, Michele. All right. Next up, EasyJet A319 arriving from Copenhagen, and after that, Transavia 737 arriving from Nice. More contenders for the glide slope. Should be an EasyJet arriving from the right at some point. Oh yeah, a bit higher than the other two. Oh, and also one approaching from the left. That is, that's the 777 arriving from Curaçao. Glide slope ballet. There you go. Nice. And you're welcome, Marissa, who can no longer hear the word Nice without immediately thinking of nice behind it. Nice. I've accomplished something. Yay! Now there was also a heavy taking off. I heard something spool up. Seems to be a Delta A330 taking to the skies. Transavia flight 5582, arrival from Nice. 1 hour 41 minutes underway. The HXK. The airplane is 6 years old. First flight April 2017. In the meantime, the sun is starting to poke its head around the clouds more intensely, which makes standing here with a winter parka on a bit warm, though not exceedingly warm just yet because there's also still wind. KMR Land Cruiser passing me by on the cycling path. And good morning, Jimmy Pirate. Are you coming over today? Quite a crowd already. That is north of me. Also some folks south and quite a few back at the parking lot. Hey, and Russell also there. Or maybe Cheryl. It's not making a lot of noise. Russell always a bit louder. And that is the police patrolling on the other side. No cars that need to be sent away, blocking the fence, providing access to the runway area. And we have another EasyJet A319 arrival from Prague. 15 years old, this one, first flight March 2009. Birds chirping. Dare I say it, it feels like spring. Adi Helene, goedemorgen. Long time no speak. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. And Jimmy will be coming over tomorrow maybe. Always nice. Our next airplane to arrive is arriving from Curaçao, Willemstad, KLM flight 736. It is a 777-300ER, 8 hours and 22 minutes underway. The airplane is the PHBVI, and that is 11 years old. Had its first flight in June 2012, and there's an airplane behind it that is the second banana of the day. Arriving from London Luton, as Marissa already told us beforehand. That is... oh, still young, 29 years old. First flight was in September 1994. The other one was from 1991. A mere infant. Right, Adam just boarded KLM flight 973 that will arrive later in the morning from Humberside. He will be seated in window next to the window on the right hand side, 5D. In around an hour he will arrive. Mate, if you can, shine the light or wave. Either works, I think. I will keep my focus on the front few windows of the airplane. And folks, help me remind when it is on the glide slope. Knowing me, if I'm not alerted beforehand, I will be too late otherwise. It's always good to have some external memory support. And indeed, Petra, do not land on 18C. You tell that pilot, you damn well better land on Polderbaan. Well, unless the runway is temporarily closed due to a runway inspection, airplanes arriving from the UK should land on Polderbaan, normally speaking, but nothing is a guaranteed, nothing is 100% guaranteed in life. So to this given. Right. Behind the banana is JetBlue, arriving from Boston. Or should I say Boston? Bostogne? No, that's something else altogether. First up, the A300-600, arriving from London Luton. London normally averages around 35 to 45 minutes of flight time. Today the flight has taken so far 37 minutes. Indeed, Gerrit, Airbus A300-600 from 1994. 29 years old, this one. Arriving from London Luton. Luton? Gluten? Luton? Gluten without a G. It is Triple P day today. Proper pronunciation pondering day. Luton, Luton, gluten, Luton. And Adam will be on the Britty Hopper, Eastern Airways, one of the rentals. Nice that everybody has adopted Frank's suggested name for the Eastern Airways City Hoppers, Britty Hopper. Well done, Frank. Again, next level creativity. We've come to expect nothing less from you. Adam says flight mode on. Won't be necessary, mate. The plane won't crash if you keep it on. That's just a myth. I once posted a video that was made about that subject in my community section. Going to airplane mode is not going to jeopardize the flight controls or anything. It might interfere people on the ground because your Wi-Fi or your phone will transmit very hard, and that might interfere with stuff on the ground. But your plane will not crash if you leave your phone off flight mode. And good morning, Lucia. Speaking for myself, I am doing well. Thank you for asking. I hope you are also doing well, Lucia. This is JetBlue arriving from Boston, Massachusetts. Okay. Floaty. Nice. Very nice. I thought it was going to initiate a long wheelie, but it didn't. The pilot didn't. A fake out wheelie with some reverses to boot. What a pleasant surprise. Two things I did not see coming or hear coming. A floaty wheelie and then some reverses to boot. In the meantime, a flying AMS Live logo is approaching. Well, it's an approximation of the logo. I mean, Dreamliners are not nearly as curved with their wings as my logo is, so they're all counterfeit. But there you go. KLM flight 636 arriving from Las Vegas, 787-10 Dreamliner. Seems that we are going to proceed with parallel arrivals soon, because the next airplane after this one is Delta Airlines flight 162, an A330, and parallel to it I see the first airplane that is going to land on center. it is time to update the METAR in a moment. In the meantime, Daisy and her friend are swimming by. So let's say hi to Daisy and her girlfriend. What you doing there? Do you prefer walking instead of swimming? That is so unladylike. Chris Coot also over here. They're all doing their morning cardio. Gotta respect them for that. Alright, back to the manual focus. There we go. Up next, Delta Airlines Flight 162, an Airbus A330-300, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota, 7 hours and 23 minutes underway. 8 years old, first flight April 2016. To the far left, around the same height as the A330 is right now, another airplane. So there's a bit of separation between this one and the next airplane, which means we can update the ticker after this airplane has landed. Also have some more cloud formation here and there. So I'm thinking the METAR will also have changed a little bit. Might get a combo shot with the airplane flying parallel to it. But I'm going to zoom in. In the meantime, flying parallel to the center runway, the first airplane, Embraer 175, KLM flight 1850, arriving from Munich. The next airplane to pull the bound is still in the distance, giving us some time to have an update of the entire ticker. Let's have a look and see. First of all, the weather. Refresh of the METAR, that is now 11 minutes old from 5 to the hour, 10:55 local time. Wind has turned a bit more to the south. It has increased into the double digits now, 11 knots, 4 bow 4. Few clouds at 3,000 feet. The air temperature 17 degrees Celsius, that is roughly 64 degrees Fahrenheit, the dew point 12, so low humidity. High pressure, 1024 hectopascals, and a refresh of runway usage. Says parallel arrivals right now. Let's also have a look at the airplanes of interest approaching. Expected in 1.5 hours from now, this 747 flying for Qatar, AirACT cargo, and the Emirates A380 expected an hour later, 1:18 p.m. local time. Right, time to update the ticker. First of all, paste that METAR that I copied just now, and then runway usage also needs updating. Departures 18 left, arrivals 18 right, and add to that 18 center. There we go. Right, everything is back in sync. Ladies and gentlemen, members, dust off your playtime emoji. It is that time again. Flight 460 A320neo. And also, if you are liking what you're seeing so far but haven't already, don't forget to drop a like. It really helps to spread this content to other aviation enthusiasts such as yourselves. Be sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams in the future. This is Play, Flight 460 A320neo, arriving from Reykjavik. Flight time no longer mentioned, but roughly speaking 2 hours and 40 minutes. The airplane is a year old. First flight was in October 2022. Flight coming this way on Polderbaan is Iberia Express. And going to center right now is Air France. A321 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, flight 1444. 53 minutes underway. Airplane 21 years old. First flight November 2002. And Iberia Express in the meantime approaching the Polderbaan, so let's turn to that. Arriving from Madrid, flight 3722. A320, 20 years old, first flight November 2003. The next airplane to Polderbaan after that is going to be a 777. Next up, China Cargo 777 arriving from Panama City, flight 8158. And another big bird behind it by the looks of it. Yeah, that's an A330-200 arriving from Boston, Massachusetts, KLM flight 618. Up first is the 777 freighter arriving from Panama City, 9 hours and 40 minutes underway. 4 years old, first flight October 2019, Qatar Cargo. Now sadly, the ITA arriving from Rome is now passing us by, going to the center runway. Let's hope she's heavy, let's look and listen. Well, it's not, sadly it isn't weather for a lot of reverser action, but a nice bonus butt shot that I did not foresee coming. Flaps are retracting, albeit slowly. Time to turn back. KLM flight 618 on short final. A330-200 arrival from Boston, Massachusetts. 5 hours and 59 minutes underway, relatively quickly. The airplane is 18 years old, first flight October 2005. Is there something behind it? Oh, very tiny airplane, Embraer 190 arriving from Norwich. Are they sleeping or what? We know that they have functioning reversers. And yet we aren't hearing them. Shame on them. In the meantime, Aegean is making its way over to the center runway. A321neo arriving from Athens. Athens and Istanbul, both on average 3 hours of flying from Amsterdam. Must have had a little bit of headwind, 3 hours and 17 minutes underway this one. 3 years old, the airplane, first flight November 2020. Alrighty. Hey, goedemorgen.
We came all the way from Nijmegen.
Nijmeegse Nieuwsnet, zeker.
Ja.
Hey man, goedemorgen. Was het druk op de weg? Een beetje. Nijmeegse Nieuwsnet has arrived with his mom.
Ja.
With his mom. All the way from Nijmegen. Well, welcome to Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. You chose a good day to come over. It's also not too warm, not too cold, I mean. Yesterday was quite breezy and chilly because of it. Ah, yeah. Right, KLM flight 1056. Ja, het is wel tricky om nu in deze buurt te komen met alle tourbussen die naar de Keukenhof gaan en zo. Het is in het weekend hier echt loeidruk.
En hij zegt, als je gaat niet de auto rijden, maar dan ga ik alleen maar met de bus.
Ben je lang bezig hoor?
Ja.
Dan ben je 2-3 uur onderweg of zo, denk ik, met openbaar vervoer. En hier komen is nog lastig, want er zijn geen bushaltes in de buurt. Leuk man. Hoe heet je echt? Siegfried. Siegfried, a.k.a. Nijmeegse Nieuwsnet, and his mom came all the way over from Nijmegen today. Iedereen zegt gedag in de chat. Welcome ground crew. Our next airplane arriving from Birmingham, KLM flight 1042, 737-800. Really a bummer that the flight time no longer is visible if you don't press on the label soon enough. Seems to be irregular. Don't know what it is. And now it has to do with the split screen, because if I don't have flight radar in split screen, I can still see the flight time. Right, next airplane arriving from Teesside or Darlington, excellent. Right, Embraer 170, Eastern Airways, Britty Hopper, flight 962, 19 years old, first flight January 2005. And Marissa, I agree, I think you have given the last warning, as far as I'm concerned. If you keep bitching about pronunciations and laying salt on snails, as we say in Dutch, maybe partaking in the chat is not for you. Looking around, trying to see if Helicopter Kestrel or one of its relatives is present. Haven't seen it yet. No. If you're a fan of Embraers, this is your lucky hour. both runways are now receiving Embraers one after the other. Jal giving good advice. If you are going to the Keukenhof, make sure you wear some flowers in your hair. Don't pick the flowers from Keukenhof itself. Otherwise, they are going to get cross. Me, I'm trying to avoid Keukenhof at all costs. It is crazy busy in the area Infinity and I are living in. Particularly during the weekends, even the inner roads that normally are relatively quiet, teeming with people, cars, buses. Hey, and thank you Clemencia for the update. A380 expected at 1 o'clock. Oh, okay. It was 1:18 before, so it has made up some time then. Yes, that's Chrissy Koot. Oh. Curtis was walking on water. I was hoping I could show you. Right, an Embraer 170 Britty Hopper, rental, Eastern Airways. More Embraers going to center. E2 up next to center. Embraer 175 coming our way. There's the E2. Arriving from Billund. Meanwhile, another multi-airplane glide slope shot. Consisting of KLM at the moment. KLM only. Third one should also be visible. Yeah, 7-8 o'clock-ish of the number 2. Alrighty, KLM flat 1710 up next. Embraer 175, arriving from Luxembourg, 7 years old, first flight July 2016. Can we catch a wave? Nope. Which is on, I think today would give us a higher chance of seeing first officers wave because there are many people. Not so much anymore to the north. And the cyclists with their OV rental bikes have gone. They have taken their bicycles with them again. No more orphan bicycles over here. Hopper hour, absolutely. Je vader 4 asks, is it good weather there? I was there 2 months ago and it was really chilly. Well, mate, tell you the truth, me and Rick Meester were here yesterday and it was also chilly up until the last hour. Right now, temperature is really nice and the wind is calm to such a degree that it is nice and comfy. Actually, a bit warm wearing my winter parka here right now, but I'm always overdressed because it's better to be too warm than too cold when you stand out here. But it's a lovely day here, absolutely. Think you could even go out with just a sweater, particularly if you are walking, maybe even a t-shirt. Won't last long though, because after the weekend the temperature is going to drop again. I haven't heard of wintry precipitation maybe next week. Rick says when Veerle is back in the chat, we have to make sure that she tells all her colleagues to watch out for you when using the polderbaan. Absolutely, absolutely. Well, I know that one of the pilots for the Embraers, Jeffrey, always has the first officer wave to me. And another pilot that also always waves already reached out to me, Dan. He also always waves, so slowly but surely I think it is getting known. Hold up. Electric Kia truck. It says handhaving. Maybe Boas from the Haarlemmermeer? I don't know. If anybody knows, do let me know. Yeah, well, Rick, the sad thing is that Veerle is not a frequent visitor anymore. I think she must be busy or something, or she doesn't like the channel. But I think she's just very busy. She was here yesterday, I think, briefly. It's been months, I believe. Right, narrow bodies galore, both runways. And look at this. There's a beautiful wavy pattern in the clouds that you don't see very often. Hope the camera can convey what I'm seeing in real life here. That has to do with waving air, which also creates a wavy pattern in the clouds. Really nice to see. Next up, Embraer 175 KLM flight 1076 arriving from Bristol. And big thank you to Alan, who just now gifted a membership. I see that Daily Dose of Aviation was the recipient of said membership. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Daily Dose of Aviation. And don't forget to say thank you to Alan, aka Big Al, for the gifted membership. Cheers, Alan, very kind of you. Still a bit of crosswind, but I do think that it has subsided a little bit, the wind speed. Flying parallel to this airplane is a 737-800 that is arriving from Bari, and that is Transavia flight 5822. Transavia flight 5822 arriving from Bari, 737-800. Flight time no longer visible. Wow, really early that it's no longer visible. 21-year-old airplane, first flight April 2002, and that is Micheles City, Bari. Well, Bari in the house. Another Embraer 175 arriving from Nice, going to the center runway, and in the meantime we are getting a heavy KLM flight 696 arriving from Toronto, Canada, Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. And behind it is a 777-300ER arriving from Vancouver, Canada. So it is Canadian rush hour. Now, let's see. A350 arriving from Curaçao, Corendon should be approaching from the left. I'm thinking probably lower, but might also be a bit higher or the same altitude visually, so try to keep them in the center, the two airplanes. Or is it lower? Yeah, it's lower. There you go. That's the A350 from Corendon, now turning onto the glide slope. The bottom third, left of center. Alrighty. KLM flight 696. Arriving from Toronto, 7879 Dreamliner, 7 years old, first flight July 2016. Howdy Richard, tuning in from sunny Rotterdam Zuid. Is it more sunny there than it is over here right now? Look at the wavy pattern in the clouds, nice to see. Something that you don't see every day. Nice weather phenomenon. And in the meantime, KLM flight 682 arriving from Vancouver, 777-300ER. Still in time to see that it is underway now for 8 hours and 29 minutes. 777-300ER, the PHBVR, 7 years old, first flight May 2016. A lot of sun in Rotterdam Zuid. Richard is saying, well, I'm happy for you, mate. Nice day today in the Netherlands. Savor the moment. Never lasts long over here. Hey, Mr. Biker. Morning, Paul. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Right. Next up, Corendon A350 arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. The world to fly. A350 with very tinily Corendon on the fuselage. 8 hours and 34 minutes on the way. Now 35 minutes. It's a brand new airplane. First flight May 2023. So in a month from now, it is going to turn 1. Now the airplane is crabbing, but I definitely wouldn't say it is very windy per se, and also the METAR did not show very much of a crosswind component. I think that the cyclists with the rental bikes have just returned. Maybe going for a snack or a toilet break, cycling back to the parking lot. Right, our next airplane to arrive is an Embraer 190. It is Choc-y, arriving from Aberdeen, German Airways rental. The DAPRI, 1 hour and 3 minutes underway. The airplane is 16 years old. Its first flight was in January 2008. More Embraer 190s underway. In the bottom left you can also see another airplane, and that is another Embraer 190 arriving from Basel, KLM flight 1944, which also happens to be a German Airways rental. Now in the meantime, Embraer's also landing on center. It is Narrowbody's rush hour, Embraer Fest 2024. And in the meantime, Chris and Curtis are doing morning cardio. Right, time to get our chocolate fix for today. It is Choc-y. Or is it Choc-y? Mercer says 18C closing for arrival soon. Pegasus confirmed for Polderbound again. That is good news. Let's see, it's 11:38 now. Pegasus is flying over Flevoland, so pretty soon Polderbaan is going to be the only runway for arrivals again. I'm also seeing a bit of change in that a couple of heavies are also approaching again. Embraer Fest is going to end pretty soon probably. Before that we are going to see the landing of KLM Flight 1944 arriving from Basel, German Airways Embraer 190, 17 years old, first flight January 2007.
While it's calm in the air.
Ja, tuurlijk. Absoluut.
Ja. 1, 2.
En nog eentje van
de
right angle.
Ja, 1, 2. Ja.
Leuk. Thank you.
Bye.
Siegfried's mom just took a couple of pictures of him and me together while it is quiet in the sky. Siegfried, aka Nijmeegse Nieuwsnet, all the way from the other side of the country. Long ride to come to Schiphol Airport. Right, and in the meantime, our next airplane to Polderbaan is another Embraer 190, somewhere over there. There it is. Arriving from Newcastle, KLM Flight 954. 48 minutes underway. It's more of the same to the center runway still. Beautiful all white Airbus, what is it, a 321 or 20? 321. Freebird Airlines arriving from Istanbul. That is Sally and Steven. Flying directly overhead. The seagulls have returned. Also some cloudiness to the west. Friendly high clouds, nothing substantial. To the south, still the same. To the east, this is what it looks like. Back to the north. Next up is number 190, arriving from Newcastle, KLM Flight 954. 49 minutes underway, 6-year-old airplane. It's the Phexy, Phexy. First flight was in February 2018. The airplane after that, I'm happy to report, is a bit bigger. KLM Flight 758 arriving from Panama City. It is a 787-10 Dreamliner. Wavy wave? No. Right. This is looking better. Heavy's approaching. First up, KLM Flight 758, arriving from Panama City. It's a 787-10 Dreamliner, and behind it is Delta Airlines Flight 164, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. An Airbus A330-300, and is more underway. Yes, A330-200 arriving from Bonaire, number 3. And a 787-9 Dreamliner arriving from LAX, scheduled to be number 4. Means that the center runway has now officially closed. Everything coming to Polderbound once again. Means I can update the METAR in a couple of minutes. And the ticker as a whole. In 10 minutes from now, the new weather report will come out. Oh. A little bit of reverse usage. Right. Quick update of runway usage. Runway use is now 18 left, 18C for departures, 18 right for arrivals. What's the weather doing? Quick refresh. 12 knot wind, south-southwest, 18 degrees Celsius, and clouds more or less the same still. Nothing substantially has changed. I am going to update it. We'll get another update in 10 minutes or so from now. Not necessarily going to update the meter each half hour because it doesn't change that much. It's not KVK, but it's pretty damn close. Delta Airlines Flight 164 up next, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. A330-300, 7 hours and 29 minutes underway to get here from Minneapolis. The airplane is 7 years old. Its first flight was in June 2016. And right as I said that the weather did not change that much, wind temporarily seems to have picked up a little bit over here. Our next airplane to arrive is KLM Flight 767. It's an Airbus A330-200 arrival from Bonaire. Eight hours and 50 minutes on the way to get here so far. Bonaire, the B and the ABC Islands. Aruba, Bonaire, Curacao, off the coast of Venezuela in the Caribbean Sea. This A330 is 18 years old. First flight was in April 2006. It's the PHAOD. Behind it is KLM Flight 604, arriving from LAX, the 787-9 Dreamliner. And after that, back to a narrow body, well, two narrow bodies in fact. BA flight 430 arriving from London Heathrow. Now number 3 in the far left center, barely visible. We might also see the Pegasus Flypig A321neo arrive in the background. From the right, arrival from Istanbul. That is a nice bonus. Reversers being used on the A330. Now it is time to see the Dreamliner arrival from LAX, KLM flight 604, 7879 Dreamliner. Plane arriving from London. Behind it, where is the A321? Hard to see on my little screen out here in the field. So let's focus on the Flying Amos Live logo coming in next. KLM flight 604, 7879 Dreamliner. BHI, 7 years old. Its first flight was in September 2016. Right, time for Speedbird up next. Flight 430, A320 arriving from London Heathrow. The airplane behind it is Pegasus, flight 1251, the A321neo arriving from Istanbul. Behind it should be an A319 arriving from Bristol. I seem to have spoken too soon about the end of narrowbody's hour. More Embraers are definitely on their way. Embraer 175 arriving from Darlington, also coming this way. Embraer 190 arriving from London City behind it. Nice 3 airplane glide slope shot though. Butt shot in the making. Here we go. Alrighty. Time to watch the Flypig land. Flight 1251 arriving from Istanbul. A321neo. 3 hours and 19 minutes underway. It is Pegasus flight 1251. The airplane is a year old. Turned 1 last January. First flight was in January 2023. We all know what's coming. Little butt shot. The motorcyclist on the cycling path, that isn't a police motor. Pretty sure that that is not legal. Time to turn back. Watch an A319 from EasyJet arriving from Bristol. And more narrow bodies in the background. Bit apart from one another. This is an Austrian registered A319, the OE LKM. 15 years old, this one. Its first flight was in September 2008. You can still see the wavy pattern in the clouds a little bit, not as pronounced anymore as, what is it, half an hour ago, but still visible. Now, in the meantime, as we are waiting for the next airplane, a big thank you to Liwe for just now gifting 5 memberships. Totally unnecessary because you're doing more than enough as a moderator as it is already made. So really you shouldn't have, but thank you nonetheless, very much appreciated. If you're one of the 5 recipients that just got gifted a membership, don't forget to say dankjewel or thank you to Liwe. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those 5 new members. And Liwe, once again, thank you so much. That really wasn't necessary. You guys, moderators, are doing more than enough as it is already. But thank you. Really appreciate it. Very generous. As we're waiting for more heavies, Narrow Bodies Fest continues, and this is the next episode. Embraer 175, KLM flight 964 arriving from Teesside or Darlington up next. 6-year-old airplane, first flight January 2018. Eerlijk verdiend. Whatever makes you think that. Right. Now folks, there are heavies underway. In fact, a 747 and an A380. I'm really looking forward to that 747. I hope the picture on Flight Radar is what it still looks like today, because I don't recall having seen that before. While on the subject, let's have a look on Flight Radar, shall we? So the Qatar 747 flying over German heartland, still approaching Dutch airspace, arriving from Doha. Looks like this on the picture. Really hope it's going to look like that. Expected around 12:30, so half an hour or so from now. I'm cautiously optimistic that it is going to land on Polderbaan. Not so much for the A380. I think it's now in the vicinity of Vienna and is expected around 1:22 local time. So most likely going to be the last airplane for today's show. I think that the A380 once again is going to land on the wrong runway, but that wrong runway, unlike yesterday, is more than likely going to be the center runway today. Yesterday it landed on runway 27, which is further removed from when we are standing right here. If it is landing on the center runway, shouldn't be an issue. Now, a lot of people around me on the cycling path. There's also a couple taking pictures of each other. For some reason they chose to do that right beside me. Spanish-speaking couple. Don't understand what they were saying, but they were taking pictures of each other. Really in the field right next to me. You might have picked it up on the mic. Also some people with young children passing by. People seem to be returning back to the parking place. Then again, it is 12 o'clock, so I'm thinking those young children will want to have lunch in the form of a patatje, French fries or fries. Hey Rick, signing off. I will see you on the next one, mate. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday and your new 747 model. Let me know when those other models from Hungary are coming in. And now people are thinking, Hungarian models? What the F is Rick Meester up to? Airplane models. Not other type of models. Although, knowing Rick, who knows? You have something to tell us. Alrighty, Rick. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. See you on the next one. Thanks for joining. Right. Time to switch it up. Finally, another heavy. It's a Delta A330 arrival from Detroit, Michigan. Flight 136, 7 hours and 12 minutes underway. 9-year-old airplane. The airplane began flying for the first time in January 2015. Small airplane in the background. Transavia 737-800, arrival from Faro in Portugal. Just an isolated heavy. Now Delta A330s have the potential to get loud, or at least the pilots often do. Let's look and listen. Fingers crossed. This is looking floaty. Is it going to do a wheelie instead? Bouncy. Little wheelie. And no loud landing. Well, such is life. Oh wow! You guys really should have a look at the picture on Flight Radar of the Transavia that is coming next. That is an amazing picture. Now, luckily, one Delta has just landed, and after the Transavia, another Delta is arriving. A330 Neo, arriving from Seattle, Washington, Delta Airlines Flight 144. 777 arriving from Chongqing. I never know how to pronounce that name, but then again, I also don't know how to pronounce METAR. So what do you know? Is coming this way. It is now flying on the downwind leg. E2 Embraer arriving from Dublin. Before it, EasyJet A320 arriving from Nice, which is nice. Marissa, pay attention. Now, Chinese 777 freighters. Well, I'm not going to jinx it. Let's just say you don't want to be grabbing a cup of coffee right when that lands. Wolf also has to go. Thank you for joining again. Enjoy the rest of your day, Wolfgang. If ever I come to Innsbruck to do a live stream, will you be joining me to co-host? That would be something. Alrighty, A330 Neo time. This is Delta Airlines Flight 144, arriving from Seattle, Washington. 8 hours and 41 minutes underway. The Neo is 1 year old. Its first flight was in November 2022. We also have K4 driving slowly in the grass on the other side of the water, passing me by right about now. Hola. Bonjour. K4 is holding short here, also taking in the view of the landing. Careful not to obstruct the view. Ah, that's really considerate. The driver from K4 was really holding short so that he wouldn't photobomb right before the touchdown. As soon as the airplane passed and I had the camera pointing more to the right, he continued driving. Alrighty. Still a bit milky in the sky over here. Overall, it's not really free of humidity. Not the upper atmosphere and also the lower atmosphere not. Movement further to the north. The Goods. Those are just rocks. Never mind. E2 Embraer arriving from Dublin, KLM flight 1136. An airplane that is a year old, began flying in May 2022, so nearly 2 years old this one. Ready, preceding, oh, nice. Donald approaching, landing here. Very nicely done. Parallel arrivals in opposite directions. Ducks landing to the north with tailwind. Airplanes flying to the south, landing to the south with headwind. In the foreground, arriving from Nice, A320neo, EasyJet flight 27952, 1 hour and 44 minutes underway. Another Austrian registered airplane, the OELSP. We've seen it so many times before already. The airplane is a year old. Its first flight was in December 2022, and the airplane behind it is arriving from China, China Southern Cargo 777 freighter, arriving from Chongqing. 10 hours 43 minutes underway. 1 year old airplane, first flight March 2023. Vincent is asking about runway 24 reopening. It's scheduled to reopen again, I think on the 26th or on the 25th. I'm not sure if it is tot or tot en met until or include up to and including the 25th. That is if things don't get delayed, which I'm not sure about. The schedule was either the 25th or the 26th reopening. Right, time for the China Southern Cargo 777 freighter. Hopefully she's heavy, hopefully it's going to get loud. Let's look and listen. Well, there you have it. Nice. That certainly didn't disappoint in the audio department. Now, if you like stuff like this and you haven't already, don't forget to drop a like. It really helps to spread this content to new viewers who haven't heard of AMS Live yet, that might also be interested in live streams such as these. Be sure to subscribe if you want to stay in front of upcoming live streams. Next up, A triplet of Transavias. One arriving from Malaga, one from Preveza, one from Zakynthos. Icelandair Max 8 also approaching 4th in line after the 3 consecutive Transavias. Well, let's get monotonous. It is Transavia flight 6224 up first, arriving from Malaga. The next 3 airplanes, all 737-800s. This one, 7 years old, first flight April 2017. Hey, that's good news, Marissa. The Qatar 747 having been confirmed to land on Polderbaan, this runway. We'll see it up close. We'll hear it up close. Fingers crossed, the livery still looks the same as the picture on flight radar. Now folks, take in what this livery looks like, and when that Max 8 from Icelandair arrives, tell me it doesn't look similar but just in a different color. Already more Transavia 737s coming up. Question is, oh, there's an Embraer 190 going to be sandwiched in between arriving from Leeds, breaking the pattern, and it's a German Airways one. Now number 4, and turning onto the glide slope somewhere, should be that Icelandair Max 8 in the new livery. Triple 300 ER arriving from Johannesburg is also approaching over the North Sea, going north on the downwind leg. Tried to see it, to localize it, but I couldn't. Altitude is it's flying on KLM flight 592, 5,600 feet. If you know where to look, you should be able to see it. Visibility is excellent today, as it was yesterday. I think it is out of visible reach already. We'll get here soon enough, so no worries. More Transavias in the meantime. 737 arriving from Zakynthos, followed by an Embraer 190 German Airways flying for KLM arriving from Leeds, and after that arriving from Reykjavik, a Boeing Max 8 arriving for Icelandair. A350 flying back to Helsinki. Really quiet already for a big outbound airplane. Already quite high actually. Turning back so that wires don't get tangled. Already, KLM flight 1020, German Airways Embraer 190 arriving from Leeds. The next airplane to land over here. 17 years old, this airplane. Its first flight was in January of the year 2007. Real butt shot. Now time to watch Icelandair flight 506 arriving from Reykjavik. Watch it land in a few moments. It's a MAX 8 737, 2 hours and 35 minutes underway. The TFICL, 5 years old, first flight April 2019. Right, in the meantime, E2 Embraer outbound. Where's an E2? Yeah, outbound Bergen. Another needle in the haystack. And next to land on Polderbaan A320neo EasyJet arriving from London Luton, which is gluten without a G. Or Luton. Luton. Proper pronunciation pondering day, triple P day. Not going for a PP but a PPP. And this is the Gaza. Not the Giza, but the Gaza. EasyJet Gaza. Two airplanes coming this way, first one being an Embraer 190, second one a 777-300ER. KLM flight 1774, Embraer 190, German Airways flying for KLM. K4 coming back, parallel arrivals. It's an Embraer 190 short range, 16 years old, first flight January 2008. Car car seems to be faster than the airplane. Really slow airplane, beaten by a Ford Ranger Raptor. K4 seems to be returning. Again in the grass. Right, let's turn back. KLM 5592 up next. Arrival from Johannesburg, South Africa. A 777-300 ER. 10 hours and 19 minutes underway. To get from Johannesburg, South Africa to where this airplane is in the sky right now. It's the PHBVB. It is 16 years old, first flight March 2008. If I recall correctly, the Orange Pride was from January in the same year, so took a few months before it got delivered. It's the younger sibling of the Orange Pride, in other words. After that, it is back to Transavia 737s. Another one coming in, this one from Olbia, the now number 2. Idle reversal landing, by the sound of it. K4, once again passing by. Friendly geezer, keeps waving. Alrighty. The Transavia 737 sandwiched in between triples. Another 777-300 ER, almost a consecutive double triple, arriving from Lima in Peru, now number 2. The number 1 Transavia flight 6916 arriving from Olbia. And let's widen the scope a little bit. There's a third airplane also on the glide slope, and that is a consecutive 777-300 ER, so it is double triple time. And if this stupid Transavia 737 wasn't in between, it would have been a triple. So thank you ATC for your placing of this 737 in between what could have been a triple. Such is life. This is a KLM style landing, keeping up the speed. Vacate gate, swing to the gate. And the Qatar 747 has now reached mainland North Holland, just crossed Markermeer, which means theoretically, could we see it? What altitude is it flying at? That's the question. Oh, it's already quite low, 4,400 feet and descending, so it is flying over there somewhere, the 747. Flying to the north towards Purmerend. Now, when John Drosek and Lorenzo were here, we established that behind the chimney smoke lies Purmerend. So the 747 should be somewhere over there. Not seeing it yet. I think the trees are in the way. I think it is too far away and too low already above the ground to be able to be seen from over here. So let's focus on what we can see in here. KLM Flight 744, 777-300ER arriving from Lima in Peru. 14-year-old airplane, first flight May 2009. Let's look and listen. Well, the flap surfaces look nice and shiny. Looks like it has had a wash recently. Next up is the PHBVD. It's the 777-300ER in the KLM SkyTeam livery. KLM Flight 622 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. 7 hours and 40 minutes on the way, and it is the PHBVD, 14 years old, first flight August 2009. Hi. Hey Martijn, boy, goeiedag.
Ja, ik heb een jaar man.
Oh, leuk man, gast.
Ja, dat gaat. Week C en nu hè? Ja, ja.
Mis alleen het BVA?
Ja, precies.
De Orange Pride.
Ja, precies.
Hey, dankjewel man. Leuk dat je eventjes gedag kunt zeggen.
Kom even kijken.
Nou leuk. Waar kom je vandaan?
Ik was er
Zoetermeer. Jezus man, had er van de week ook iemand die uit die omgeving kwam. Leuk man. Leuk. Doe je ook wel eens in de chat wat? Doe je ook wel eens wat in de chat, Martijn? Onder je eigen naam of heb je een andere naam? Martijn. Martijn Rijnbeek. Martijn Rijnbeek. Also here. Having arrived from Dordrecht to come visit the polderbaan. And see how yours truly is doing his live streams. Awesome.
Exactly. Hey, keep up the good work.
Will do, man. Have a nice day. See you later. If you're ever in the vicinity, don't forget, say hi, come say hi.
We'll definitely do.
Right man, take care. Oh, a small vehicle coming this way. Looks funny. I think for disabled people. Nice styling, yeah, it's a 45 kilometer limit vehicle. Ready. Our next airplane is arriving from Barcelona, and it is not from Hans' favorite airline Vueling, it is from Transavia. It's the Trash, the TRA8H. Transavia flight 5132 737-800. 1 hour 56 minutes on the way. Fourteen-year-old airplane, first flight April 2010. And Adam White is arriving sandwiched in between the Icelandair and the Queen. Excellent. Our viewer Adam White finally in the vicinity. Took a little while for the airplane to take off from Humberside. He will be seated in seat 5D. He will either wave or shine a light. Which is excellent. Well, Guys like Transavia 737s, now is your lucky hour. We started with Embraer's first Embraer Feast 2024. Now it is Transavia 737 Feast 2024. A continuation, it's the after party, so to speak. It's where all the party goers from Embraer Fest go to chill and unwind. Transavia Flight 5312 up next. 737-800. Arriving from Corfu. 2 hours and 55 minutes underway. The airplane is 8 years old. Its first flight was in February 2016. Passing overhead is an Embraer, I believe. KLM outbound. Sadly, no wave. Alrighty, time to get nostalgic. It is the old livery, the old standard livery, which everybody likes better than the current livery. Representatives of Icelandair now watching, take notice. We want this livery back. Also bring back 767s and 757s. Throw away all those MAX 8s. But let's savor this moment. It is Icelandair Flight 500, number 10 on flight radar, tracked by no less than 176 people. We've got a multiple of that now watching this stream. Can we make it top 5? Not sure how many are needed to get it in the top 5, but surely we can boost it. It's the 767-300 ER arriving from Reykjavik. The airplane is 24 years old, began flying in February of the year 2000, right after all the millennial bugs had been eliminated. Here it is. No reverse action. It's already slowing down considerably. I'm thinking butt shot in the making. Yes, Icelandair butt shot. Here it comes. A cool butt shot for the weekend ahead. Hey there, Tony. Happy to hear that in Suffolk it is also sunny today. Savor the moment. Right, up first, an airplane that in seat 5D has a viewer who will either wave or shine the light. It's a Britty Hopper Embraer 190 arriving from Humberside, KLM Flight 972. In the airplane behind it, obviously a 747, but that's beside the point. Who wants to see 747s, right? Let's focus on Embraers because they are a rarity. Anyway, Qatar in the background. I hope that the airplane looks in real life like the picture on flight radar does. It's already at number 6 worldwide, tracked by 600 people. The AirACT 747-400 arriving from Doha. It will have to wait because this airplane is also one that I want to see up close. Under normal conditions I would have forgone the landing, but since we have a viewer on board, seated at seat 5D. So will we see a wave or a torch or both or neither? Let's see. Yes, there it is. I'm waving back already. I'm seeing the light quite clearly. That is Adam. Awesome. Very nice. On the Britty Hopper, having landed safely here in Amsterdam. Time to quickly turn back and watch the 747 that is now at number 5 on flight radar. It is flying for Qatar AirACT, flight 8205, 6 hours and 42 minutes on the way to get from Doha to where it is right now. It's a 747-400 freighter ER, 21 years old. This airplane was began to fly for the first time in November 2002. Would be nice if she were a bit on the heavy side so that we could also get a loud landing with reversers being applied. Fingers crossed. Let's look and listen. Well, the text has changed from AirACT Cargo to cargoAirACT. They did a little swappity swap with the letters. Sadly, not a loud landing. But a nice one. I think this is a channel premiere, seeing this 747 in this livery land here on Schiphol Airport. If you like 747s like this and landings like these, don't forget to drop a like if you haven't already. It really helps to spread this content to other aviation enthusiasts such as yourselves, who might not have heard of the channel yet, but might also be interested in streams like these. And if you want to stay informed of when I'm going live in the future, be sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon. We're still not done yet. Our next airplane of interest to arrive will be arriving in 40 or so minutes. Last time it was 120 or so. The Emirates A380. Right, in the meantime, the flaps have retracted and Her Majesty is commencing the taxi back to the main platform area. If you are unfamiliar with Schiphol Airport and the layout, this runway is the latest addition, built in 2003, furthest removed from the main platform area, which is over there behind the trees. You can see the main tower. Immediately adjacent to it is the terminal building. Most of the passenger gates are there. Cargo planes have to taxi to the now closed runway 0624 on both sides. The cargo aprons are. You have to taxi first along this line of trees and then still some way to go. Because this runway is so far removed from the main platform area, this runway has its dedicated tower and a dedicated fire station. Once again, back to the Embraers. It is this one arriving from Stuttgart, KLM flight 1830. Another Embraer 190. What to do with all those Embraers? Well, surfing, trying to catch waves. Interesting question, Freddy. Any particular reason for the text being different? That's a very good question that I was wondering myself as well. If you are going to overhaul the livery, why not do it fully and not just the text? Seems to be a bit random. So that's a good question. If somebody knows the answer, I'm also curious. Probably others as well. And thank you, Marissa. Emirates A380 estimated at 1:26 p.m. local time. So that is in 45-ish minutes from now, I think. Shamrock up next. Aer Lingus flight 604 arriving from Dublin, Ireland, an A320 that has been flying 1 hour and 3 minutes to get here thus far. That seems par for the course. Dublin around an hour or so away. The airplane itself, 13 years old, began flying in April 2011. An A737 arriving from Bergen up next, KLM. I like how the inside of those slots that open up seem to be red, burgundy, reddish. Now, mind you, I am color vision deficient, so that's what it looks like to me. You might see a different color altogether, but and Her Majesty already made some progress taxiing along the line of trees back to the main platform area in the background. And good afternoon to Grace Kelly. If you just joined us, your timing is very unfortunate. The last Queen just landed. Hope you were in time to see it. Doing well over here, although it's not particularly cold right now with my winter jacket still on, but I taped the mic to the inside of my jacket, so taking it off requires a bit more logistics. Right, I see the first airplane to center in the background. Time to update the METAR in a few minutes again, because parallel arrivals have begun. This is KLM flight 1164. It's a 737-700 having arrived from Bergen. Alrighty. Hey, Helicopter Kestrel. Was looking for you and I couldn't find you, and now happen to spot you, my friend. Still on the move now? If something like reincarnation does exist, and you can also pick to come back as an animal, I will happily return as a predator bird soaring in the sky. Lovely. Soaring, hovering, working, transporting mice. Righty. First airplane to the center runway. It's also a big mofo that normally you'd say would have gotten instructions to land on Polderbaan, but it hasn't. KLM flight 755 arriving from Guayaquil in Ecuador. That is west of the Netherlands, obviously. It's 777-200 landing on the wrong runway. 10 hours and 45 minutes on the way. "20 years old, first flight April 2004. Mind you, this is also what we are going to see most likely of the Emirates A380 later. As you can see, quite doable to still see it from over here. Telescope mode off. Right, the next airplane is approaching. It is still a bit out, giving me some time to update the ticker for you guys. Let's do that, shall we? Well, the Emirates A380 is now flying north of Kassel, will be expected in 40 or so minutes from now. Count on it also being assigned to runway center. We have updated the METAR. Well, it's almost time for another one, but let's make this the last update of today's stream. The wind has now increased to 14 knots, still from the same direction. In terms of cloudiness, also nothing has changed. Runway usage, well, yeah, that's something I will have to update. LVNL is always a bit behind. First a quick paste of that METAR, which all along the morning hasn't really changed that much. Then the landing, and then the runway usage. It's number 190. Is it Captain Wheelie? The answer is no. The nose is already too low. Captain Wheelie usually keeps the nose very elevated. Easy way to discern. Number 190 arrival from Milan. Milan MXP, and this is also coming from Milan, but LIN. Two airplanes that probably have flown back to back with the minimal separation. This is a 737-700 KLM flight 1614, also coming from Milan. 1 hour 25 minutes underway. The 737 is 15 years old. March 2009 is when this airplane began flying. Now, quick update of the runway use and arrivals once again. Also 18C and departures just 18 left. There you go. Done. Alrighty. Let's see, another Transavia 737 behind it. Flight 5126, arriving from Tirana. Tirana, that's Albania, right? Meanwhile, big picture wise, it's still a milky sky over here. Not really blue, but with the exception of those high clouds, it is otherwise ambulance, but without the sirens on. Just a few clouds lower in the sky. It's mostly cloudless with the exception of the high milkiness, indicative of high pressure. And if you look in the METAR and have been all along, you would see that it is relatively high pressure right now. In the meantime, Daisy and her girlfriend are also still doing what has now become early afternoon cardio. Lunch cardio, morning cardio first, then lunch cardio. And in the meantime, this 737 arriving from Tirana, approaching the Polderbaan. Transavia flight 5126, 737-800. Who would have guessed? One of the few that Transavia has in their fleet. 5 years old, first flight December 2018. Right, well, it seems I was a bit early with calling parallel arrivals, so just to be completely correct. There we go. Next up is another Transavia 737-800 arriving from Lisbon, this one, and the airplane behind it, Vueling A320 arriving from Barcelona, flight 8309. Another Vueling A320 Neo behind it, 2 consecutive Vuelings. Han must be so pleased. Oh, no, Han doesn't care anymore because he uses black and white now instead of color when those airplanes are passing by. Also have an Emirates Sky Cargo 777 arriving from Aguadilla. And overhead I'm hearing, what is it? It's an Embraer by the looks of it. No Transavia butt shot. Right, Vueling and Emirates Sky Cargo now forming the glide slope shot. First Vueling, a regular A320, the second Vueling, an A320 Neo. The third airplane is a 777 freighter. Howdy howdy, good afternoon from the Schiphol Airport Medical Services. Nice. Hope you guys have an easy day today. Quite a few mopeds passing by on the cycling path today. And this is Vueling flight 8309 arriving from Barcelona, A320, 16 years old, first flight August 2007. How's the black and white doing, hon? Is this looking better? And Martijn, absolutely, you can count on it. The A380 is coming, which means center is going to open pretty soon. Usually they do it around 12:40, so the fact that they haven't still is a bit off, but could also be that between 1 and 2. That's also, oh no, it was 11:40. My bad. They should go to dual runway configuration for arrivals around 1 o'clock, and then from 1 to 2 usually, that's the time slots that typically have been used lately. Right, more Vueling, more pleasure for Han. This is the Asturias Paraíso Natural bloody blah. The title is too long for me to read on flight radar. A320 Neo arriving from Alicante. A long name for a lousy little sticker. Here's the sticker. And of course, here is the yellow dot. Nieuwsuur, Hans. Nieuwsuur. I know I know I was in Pointer, but Nieuwsuur as well. I must have missed that. What I'm not going to miss though is the arrival of our next airplane, which is arriving from Aguadilla. Aguadilla, Ecuador as well, right? Or was it? Now I'm starting to wonder, where was Aguadilla again? I believe it was Ecuador, but I'm not entirely sure anymore. Anyway, Emirates Sky Cargo flight 9914, 777 freighter, 7 hours and 46 minutes on the way. 9 years old, first flight June 2014. Idle reverse landing. The people living immediately in the vicinity of Schiphol will be pleased. Now, I also see that what looks to be a quad jet coming my way. It's flying near the sun. It is nebulous up in the sky, so visibility is quite abysmal today. In fact, I was about to say I already lost it. Well, looking at the wing shape, I would say this might be a 747. Also the tail. A340 has more forward swept wings. The A380 has wings that are wider and also have a broader base. So I'd say 747, Frankfurt to something something, or Munich to something something. Lufthansa 747, Frankfurt to Chicago. There you go. The Air China Cargo 747 that just took off from 18C should also be flying overhead soon. Oh yeah, indeed. Totally missed that departure, but let's have a look at it passing us by. Air China Cargo. Is that the same airplane that we saw land in the beginning? Probably. Is it going back to Chongqing? No, it's going to Shanghai. Wondering where it is in the sky right now. Over there. I have to turn back to untangle the now slightly tangled wires. Thanks for the heads up. Alrighty. Meanwhile, parallel arrivals have begun now. And our next airplane is arriving from Rennes in France. It's an Embraer 190 KLM. So now I have updated the ticker in terms of runway usage. And this is once again a feast of Embraers. Embraer 190 having landed over here, and an Embraer 175 going to center over there. Our next airplane is Air France flight 1640, arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, A320. 49 minutes underway, 10-year-old airplane, first flight November 2013. Interestingly, a Ryanair 737 arriving from Dublin is also going to land on the center runway. Almost Embraer-like squeaky brakes. A little butt shot to boot. Seven 737-700 going to the center runway. The one size fits all tail. In the meantime, an EasyJet A320 arriving from Geneva coming this way. Flight 21517, 1 hour and 19 minutes underway. Operated by EasyJet Switzerland. Let's see, what was their name again? Oh, Top Swiss, right? On the radio. The airplane is 6 years old. Its first flight was in July 2017. Next to arrive on Polderbaan is an E2 Embraer arriving from Aberdeen. Alrighty, up next, KLM Flight 914 arriving from Aberdeen to E2 Embraer. Right as I'm saying this, the wind seems to be picking up ever so slightly. There's also outbound heavy traffic passing by. Well, if I know where to find it, over there, already quite high and quite far away. Dreamliner by the looks of it. KLM 3914 E2 Embraer arriving from Aberdeen. In the top left, another airplane on the glide slope. Vueling arriving from Alicante, A320, and a Turkish A330 is approaching the center runway. Flying just before the Vueling that is behind this airplane. Right, wavy wavy, question mark. Nope. Turkish Airlines flight 1957, arriving from Istanbul, A330-300. Flight time 3 hours and 12 minutes. Normally speaking, around this moment in the sky it would have flown around 3 hours, and now 3 hours 12 minutes, so that is reasonably on course. Par for the course, I should say. The airplane is 13 years old. Its first flight was back in April 2011, which means that this month this airplane has turned 13. Happy birthday. You can see the curvature of the wings from this side view. It's not just the Dreamliners that have flex in their wings, all airplanes do. Just more pronounced with the Dreamliner, for which it has become known. But as you can see, and you can also see with other airplane types that pass by like so, it happens on all airplane types. And particularly this side shot makes it quite easy to see. Vueling in the old standard livery has just landed here. A safe livery for Han, but a bit boring. Little butt shot then. Now in the meantime, let's see, where is the A380? It is now approaching the province of Flevoland. There's still a few airplanes in front of it. And Jendrosek confirming what we already were fearing. Lifeliner flying quite low. Lower than normal. Makes me think it doesn't have to be in the area. Flying towards Haarlem or Zandvoort. Well, in the meantime, it is Embraer Fest once again. We have an Embraer 190 that just landed here, giving us a little butt shot. And we also have Embraers going to the center runway over here. Basically more of the same, a continuation of the narrow bodies fest that we already saw before. Next airplane to arrive, also a familiar sight. It is an Embraer 190 arriving from Nantes, flight 1420. Years old, this airplane, first flight August 2010. Right, time to switch it up. Both runways now expecting 737s. KLM flight 938 arriving from Glasgow, going to the center runway, 737-800. The next airplane to arrive over here also is 737-800. Now, they do pair them nicely together. We had Embraers going to both runways simultaneously. Now it is 737s. After that it is two parallel E2 Embraers arriving on both runways. And there is a BizJet that is approaching runway 22. Let me see if I can spot it. Arriving from Berlin, NetJets, Bombardier Global 6000. They're not the smallest of BizJets. Oh no, that's the Kestrel hovering. Got it, do have it. To switch it up, let's look at a Bombardier Global 6000 BizJet from NetJets arriving from Berlin, going to runway 22. Where is it? Let's see. It was in the vicinity of the fence and then a little bit further to the right. Oh, it should be right, dead center. There you go. Right, NetJets, Bombardier Global 6000 BizJet arriving from Berlin, 59 minutes underway, American registration, 10-year-old airplane, first flight January 2014. Really just a speck in the sky, as you guys can see. If I enable telescope mode, I can still make something out of it. Right, so this airplane is approaching over the city of Amsterdam. I've been in the gardens of Rijksmuseum when they flew over. They really fly over the center, Dam Square, Vondelpark, Rijksmuseum. Never been on board of a plane that flew this route, but I'm pretty sure it is scenic. Flying over the city of Amsterdam at low altitude at relatively low speed. The E2's now coming, the one to center, and the one to Polderbaan over here. This one is arriving from Bordeaux, KLM flight 1442. 2 years old, this one. PHNXE. I'm wondering, haven't we seen it already before earlier in the stream? Pretty sure we must have seen some airplanes double. Now, Choc-y is of course much easier to recognize. Right. The A380 now approaching mainland North Holland. Should be in the vicinity of Purmerend, and Jendrosek, Lorenzo and me established that that would be in line with the chimney smoke. And I think I have it already. Where was it? I did see it just now. What the F? Come on guys, you saw it too, didn't you? Thought I saw it, but I seem to have lost it again. Bit wider, bit further to where it is going to fly to, and then have a close look on the laptop screen. I was pretty sure I was seeing it. For a moment I thought I saw it, but I lost it. Really low contrast backdrop and a lot of reflections out here. Right, well, let's see, Top Air Portugal arriving from Lisbon, coming to Polderbaan. And this is KLM 1304, Embraer 190 arriving from Gdansk in Poland. One hour 34 minutes on the way. Wow. I already have the digital zoom capped at 400 times. If I go to 400 times, this is what you get. Pixelated AF, and this camera has the possibility to go to 800 times digital zoom. Why on earth did they do that? 400 times is already overkill. Now, helicopter Castrol hovering. Well, briefly. There it is. Hands are off the camera again. This is just a bird hovering perfectly still. You don't see it because you don't have anything to compare it with, the backdrop, but the hands were off the camera. Righty, Top Air Portugal A319, flight 668, arriving from Lisbon. 24 years old, first flight November 1999. Right, well, try finding airplanes in this mess. Near zero contrast environment. We'll have to wait a bit until the A380 gets a bit closer. In the meantime, I need 2 Embraer going to center, KLM flight 1332, E2 Embraer, arriving from Gothenburg. Embraer 190 coming this way, arriving from Manchester. Hey there, Rob. Good afternoon. Just in time. Emirates is approaching. It's going to the wrong runway though, but that was to be expected. That happens more often than not. Now it has become quite clear and we can follow it. The last airplane of today's show, ladies and gentlemen, Emirates flight 147. The daily flight arriving from Dubai. Number 6 on flight radar, 532 people watching it. Standard livery, usually around 6.5 hours underway when it reaches this point in the sky. Right now, a bit of headwind apparently, 6 hours and 47 minutes underway. The airplane is 10 years old. Its first flight was in February 2014. The beast from the east. Indeed, Marissa. Parallel, more airplanes to pull around. This is where it is in the sky, approximately. If you're standing here. More Transavia 737-800s. It's as if there's an endless supply of them, and Embraers. Emirates also has an endless supply of A380s, which is why you seldomly see their ribbon updated standard livery already. Like the one our members have access to as a custom emoji. At some point in the future that is going to be the new standard livery, but the rollout seemingly takes a long time. But that is just because Emirates has an immensely big fleet, not just of A380s but also triples. Right, I think I also heard the spool down of the reversers having been applied. Telescope mode off once again. Now before saying my goodbyes, I say a thank you to M. Visser, who just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Thank you for choosing AMS Live. Hope you will like it in the lounge. Thank you so much for choosing AMS Live. Everybody, this is the end of the stream. I'm going to wrap it up. I hope I will be back again tomorrow. Hope to see you then. Thanks for joining me here. I had a blast and I hope you guys did too. If you like what you saw but you haven't already, don't forget to drop a like. It really helps to spread this content to more aviation enthusiasts who may not have heard of AMS Live yet, but might also be interested in stuff like this. Subscribe if you haven't already and click the bell icon so that whenever I go live in the future you get notified beforehand. Hope to see you on the next one. Enjoy the rest of your day. A big thank you for all the super chats, super stickers, the gifted memberships, for the people who became a member themselves, the people that donated through PayPal or bought something in the merch store. Thank you guys. Your support is what keeps this channel going and growing, and this channel is nothing without you. Also a big thank you to the moderators once again for keeping the chat friendly and accessible. Cheers guys, you're the best. You all are, and looking forward to seeing you on the next one. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hope to see you tomorrow. For now, goodbye, be safe.